Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/Mountain. If you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe make comment, or subscribe. If you don't see, feel free to leave a dislike, and so away. Either way, have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Alright, let's check this out. Be good. Alright, let me get the game up and rolling. Alright, so we're just gonna do that. We're gonna do this. Give it a second. Una's rolling in the door, which means he's gonna hop up onto the desk in a minute. Or he'll go sleep. It'd be nice if he goes to sleep, because it's like, he's sleepy. Fix that. Alright, let's go ahead and start where I left off. I don't remember what I was doing. It's been... I know I do probably just do like 2 or 3 days in a row. Probably 2 days. I'll do Sunblock on Wednesday and, I don't know, probably more Hytale on Friday. Or Thursday, depending on things. Alright. Alright, any second now. Any second now. Alright. Alright, what have I got on me right now? I don't think I have much. I guess we'll just go outside for now and just kind of figure out what we want to start with. Because I think I'm pretty sure I have like an empty inventory just because. Water. Yeah. We filled the water in here. Up over the cow. Let's just look through and decide what to do. I'm probably gonna get this done quickly just because it's cheap and easy to do so. It's not got much to it either, currently. But I could change out the interior and everything. At the bed's in the back here. What I'd probably want to do is add like a few chairs. And maybe a bookshelf. But overall, I really don't want too much to it just because... Probably not even a bookshelf. Should probably do some of these because these are definitely at the place where they could be done up and kind of just cleaned up. could work on setting up a table right here. I'm just thinking. We'll have to finish filling the water. Slowly but surely. I have a very small amount of it though, so it's not... You're not there yet. I did do the bottom, but I don't think I did the top. I just put those there, and I think I put a bed up here, and then set it up so I could do storage, so... I could do stuff with that. I could set up a shop. I could finish doing this one, because it is... basically done. The thing I want is the fluff. I don't really want the, Right. Check that. For now? So it does mean I need to lure these guys out of there to do that. We just poop again? Okay. I just realized, I think it's later than I was thinking does. I know I have to change out... Well, I might just hold out and just wait to see. Because obviously you can't put these on things on these slabs specifically for some reason. That's that. Hello, thank you for first time chat. Roxanne Wolf. I mean, I guess it's a town. My home's over there. I wanted to build a city. But I just try to decide which one to work on. Nice. Very nice. Oh, hello, Suna. What's the matter, baby? Sorry, my kitty cat. Honestly, most of my underwater stuff is just kind of like, I've tried to kind of start building, or, well, changing the landscape. Drinks. Thank you. I think. Or to yours, that's cool. If it's that way, I'm not sure which. But nah, I mean, I just took over a mine shaft building. And then this. Very cool. This is just plain vanilla. What are you doing? I mean, that's cool. Anyway, as you can see, that's what I've got so far. Just as on the map. Obviously, the interiors are what I need to work on. And pathing and stuff as well. But I just wanted to build a city. And eventually, I've got like a bunch of things I've tagged out where I want to put them then later. But yeah. Honestly, I mean, I do wish the roofs were the right color on the map. That'd be so nice, because then this would just be covered in blue. Because I've got all the the chalk ceilings. Or not ceilings, but roofing. These would actually be shades of blue. These would be light blue, so would this. Whereas these would probably be dark blue. That one would be different because that's stone. And then this would be a faded blue because that's the dry wood. But you know, other than that, it's fine. There we go. There's just the spare. Alright, yeah, I was just trying to decide what I was doing. Alright. Alright, I guess just to kind of finish showing, because everything else is pretty much outside. But I did finish the dungeon. Very basic, very simple. But I made it. But yeah, it's just a vanilla survival world. It's nothing too exciting. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna turn this all into wool while I'm here. Craft, and then just craft all of it, because I'll turn it for wool, and then put it away. Because I expect at some point they'll realize they've done that. I mean, I got these stone planters, stole them. It's not everything I want to do, though. I suppose what I could do is I could work on this little shop over here. Give it a door. Add some shelves in here, probably. A little counter. Let me think. If I was to do the way I do shelves, I think what I'd want to do. I want it to be more. This could be fine. We could just chuck some of these in here for. I think this would be fine, and then for the more shelfy part. Oops. I could do a couple of these actually. And then we could just have them be simple fences. Because then they can kind of... I mean, they won't look perfect in line, but it will work. The way to do it is to... Let's just plop this here. And here. And then we could do this. And then what I'd want to do is plop this probably up. And then do the same thing here. And then probably put this... No, not there. Here. Like, I could put one here, but I think that would just look a little bit too... that kind of works. Maybe do that again here. And then do the same thing here. Right. Did I get it? Oh, too high. Alright, and then I could just get a few more of the dry wood, do the same thing there, and that could be that. I could just have some shelves in the back there, basically, like that. I should probably add some lighting in as well, but that's not too difficult. Alright, so I just need a few more pieces of dry wood. I think it's 6, basically. Yeah. Alright, so that'll be these, so that'll kind of just be 2 shelves worth. Just do that. Oh, I need 2 more. Alright, that's fine. I guess I also would like to have... Let me see, what else we got here? I've got these, so do I have any wool colors I could just do? I could do orange. I have 3, that's not really enough. Do 3, that doesn't have what I need, unfortunately. I could do white. It would actually probably look fine. If I did this like that, and then we just have them be like that. Grab this. What we do here is we put that there. Oh, right. Forgot. I forgot. I haven't fixed it yet, so I gotta... I do hope the next update does fix that, because it is a little annoying that that's kind of how that is. Really shouldn't be. I'll need 1 for now. Actually, no, wait, I need more. I need 2. And it's the only one that doesn't work. So I forget. Alright, I want this one here destroyed, and this one here. Alright. Do I want that there? Let me figure this out. Maybe I want this. And then here. And then there and there. Oh, so it really is gonna play like that, huh? No, there we go. Alright, and then we just take these out. Like so. I might want a gate. Just to kind of prevent. Right, I would want it to be... Because then that can match the other stuff. Alright. I could put that there, but I feel like that's a little bit too close in. So what I could also do... If we did that, and then we took one of these... Here, and we just kind of... Right. I guess technically we could do it like this. Or we could just do it like that, and that'll kind of okayness to it. Especially if I was to get some more wool and kind of just combine there. I think that would work. And then you just have a way in and out that's not covering the actual thing. Yeah. I actually think I would want to take one of the blue here. I want to make this one a top one. Oh, whoops. And one more. Forgot. I forgot. There. And then the way to make it look like it fits is we can have this goes here for now. And I just put this here. And here. So from the outside, it looks pretty okay. Obviously from this side, not so great, because obviously you got that there, but I think it works. It hides everything nicely. I'll probably put in a light. Hello, Kenny. I did forgot. I forgot. I need some lights in here, don't you think? Oh, I also need to put these in. Finish off the shelves. Shelves. Alright, Alright, lights. I'd like 2 of these. I actually think I'd like to take one of the blue nettles and... Where is it? Where is it? Put it in one of these. One of these. Here. Um... Alright. I put the first one here. And the second one... Wait, that's not what I'd want to do. First one... How do I have this like this? Wow. Here. And the second one... I'll just go with there. We just got light in the back there. Perfect. But it's good enough. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here. I didn't actually put... Right. Don't know if I care enough to put the right thing back here, because you're not going to see anyway, because it's going to be underneath that. And then we could just put this... think. And then what I'd want to do... I think I have some, actually. Over here. Let me see. Yeah. I probably want to take something like this. Thank you for the follow, www.net. Give me a second. I'll do that in a second. I need to put this down. Need to fix that. Yeah, I'm not letting myself die over this. Oh. And finally this. Okay. Good. You keep doing this, I'm not. Alright. And done. Now. you're not gonna respond, I'll give you those points back. But no. We're not doing this. Let me find it real quick. Thank you. This one? I think it's this one. Yeah. Yeah, I should give you your points back in theory. But didn't? Yeah, oh well. I am prepared. Alrighty. So back to this. Try to say what else I would want to do into here. I don't want to do books because I don't think that would make any sense. If I have more scrolls, I could probably do that. That's because I keep forgetting to fix it. I honestly probably should just go do it right now while I remember. And turn them all off, because I was going to do that. No! I'm turning them off now. And that's just it. I do not. I cannot. I am too tired for this. Where's shotgun? When I can't find the one I'm looking for. There. They're all off. I'll give you those points back. Because Kenny's led you wrong. But otherwise, this is... Then I'm not getting any of the points back. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do anything other than the IRL. I'll do that, and I'll do the toe touches, because I'm not taking those off. But I am not doing the others. And I'm not getting your points back at this point. I have stated my field. I am not doing well today. I am very... I'm not going to let you... derail the stream. Went shopping. I am very much spent. All my energy. Oh crap, I realized I didn't pause right. Okay, we're still okay. For now. So it's not the same kind of feeling unwell. I'm just not doing too hot. It was way too hot today. Frankly, I wasn't going to stream, but I decided I should stream anyway, because I should. But I'm really tired out. That's not gonna help. I'm just, like I said, it's just more kind of dehydrated and tired. I do want to put this here. That doesn't really do anything. That's basically just for, like, Kenny has where sometimes Twitch doesn't like him very much, and so won't let him chat, but it'll let him do that redeems, so I set that up for him. That's why it's so cheap. It's just literally for if there is an issue with chat. Very specific situation. Otherwise, it doesn't really do anything. Well, don't use it unless you're in a situation where... Because it doesn't do anything. And it honestly is... Because I don't want to, like, prevent people who should be able to chat from being able to chat because Twitch has decided for some reason that they're not allowed to chat, but they can still do redeems and stuff. Which, in theory, that shouldn't be allowed either, if that's the case. It's counteracting the unfairness of Twitch. Otherwise, it does nothing, so I do not recommend wasting points on it. Yep. I am gonna go ahead and look through and see if there's anything I want to do. Maybe outdoors we could do some, like, stuff. You know? Anyway. But yeah, because Twitch is stupid. Huh? It's up to you guys. I honestly don't mind either way. Outdoor stuff means I work on stuff like this. Like, we've got some pathways to finish here, and I still haven't actually finished this area over here. Because I do all the terraforming and the, all this stuff. Like, whenever you see some plants put down anywhere here, it's because I have been busy. For some reason my fish are broken. Yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to do those, but please don't overdo it. It also scares my cat. I can't do too. Because he doesn't like me moving around when I'm not supposed to be moving. And he sleeps right behind me. He thinks he's gonna get stepped on, even though he's, like, not on the ground. But, yeah. I don't think Dragon's here. Because apparently Dragon doesn't like Hytale. I need more plants. Doing water. And maybe some tree leaves. I'm gonna go well, I'm not gonna go sleep yet, but Good example is of what I like doing. I don't know. Mom just said that apparently he doesn't. But I'm not gonna let that stop me from playing the game. You can ask. I don't know. I don't know for sure. Just the mom said that, I think he said that on her stream. I need to sleep for this. I don't feel like getting hit by monsters. I definitely need to probably clear some of this out as well. Probably around here to like here, right? I mean, it could be like my sister. You just can't see it. Not really. I'm typically doing other stuff. Like, I think for some of them, it's just literally I'm asleep. And then in the evenings, that's when I'm designing and I'm kind of just listening to music. Nah, I'm like already asleep usually, that's why. Or, like I said, if I'm awake, I'm doing something like drawing, and I usually have music on for that. Designing, thinking up. So like, I'm probably gonna start working on my Christmas model. Like, just the designs and stuff I want to do with it. Because I have to decide what I really want to do, kind of have some vibes with that and all that. I actually have time because I actually finished the Halloween one early. Yeah, that's unusual. You know, I do one every year. Every year I do a Halloween model and I do a Christmas model. And then I start working on the normal model, the next new model. Thanks. I need to make sure that the Halloween one's gonna work. I think it should. I actually think it looks kind of cool how it came out. But other than that, yeah. Then it's on to Christmas, and then it's on to making the new one. But frankly, the Christmas ones and the next ones are always more difficult because that's just like I'm designing new alerts, I'm designing new everything. Because it's a good practice and then to actually do. So it helps me get into gear. For designing. But I like that. Alright, So we pop down here, and then I could pop down here, and I can pop down here. I can start popping these in, because this is a quest, right? I'm gonna need to get more, rubble, probably. That's fine. I need that wood. I mean, I enjoy designing stuff, you know? I actually like doing it. It's fun. Alright, yeah, we got some rubble there. I see. I mean... I don't think it's to, like, that kind of level. It's just more... I mean, at this point especially, I dedicated so much time learning by doing all the 5 submodels for a while, right? And in all honesty, that was pretty useful because that let me kind of learn how to really make things work. Alright, and then I'm actually gonna put something there. That has a little bit too much. I'll put that one there. Alright, at least to there. That's a pretty good starting amount, right? Of course, obviously, most of these. Thank you for the follow, Divide by Zero. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, but I mean, I like designing. It's fun. So we grab that, we're gonna actually grab even more rubble. Apparently I don't even have more rubble. Oh wait, yes we do, we do! We have enough rubble to make quite a bit of gravel. Alright. mean, that's what I kind of really get into. What does this need? Oh, it just needs Essence of Life to make. Alright, so if we do this like this... I'm not quite to the end, but that's a pretty decent amount of it. Then we can just fill these in. I mean, I could technically probably just, like... And, like, maybe, like, one other, but I think just kind of... allowing for some of that there. The idea is that these roads kind of at one point were more in existence. They're really not now, you know? As used, at least. Alrighty, I hope you have a good evening. Or that they've been worn down. I'm probably not going to do that. As I said, I've been meaning to restructure things anyway. I will make a new one, though. I will try to remember before next time. That is just plain exercise, because race, or rather, I don't know. I'm gonna say probably exercise. But it'll basically be those things, but it'll only be able to be one of them. The problem was I couldn't really set up like a, enough of a break between all of them because it doesn't really allow for that. It only allows for it to be one zone break. But since the others are more like stretches, I think that'll do more. I'm gonna instead set it to have a cooldown. And I'm gonna set it to be 50. But the cooldown's gonna be a decent amount. Probably about 5 minutes, because that's about how often I'm gonna be willing to do that. And I'm gonna have it be that you have to choose between sit-ups, jogging, or high steps. So therefore you have to chat to do it. Because I'm getting tired of it's like people who don't even want to chat. I think that's fair. Because I don't want to go overboard with it, but... I mean, like things, but... At the same time, I don't want it to be too easy to do. Like, I want to be able to tell you're an actual person, you know? that's all. Alright, let's see. Alright, all the way to the end here. I actually think I want to kind of only maybe go to there and then have the rest of these kind of be like dirt. Probably path blocks, actually. There we go. Alright, I do need to put windows and things in here. Alright, so this one I do want to put kind of like the right. I need more. Alright, so we're gonna do this as well here. And I'm gonna probably add the dirt in there and there. I could do that right now. Like so. I do wish we could have like a little vase. That'd be nice. As an item. Maybe you could combine with a flower and then have a flowering vase. That'd be nice. But unfortunately we do not have anything like that. The old scroll kind of works, not really. It needs to be in specific spots and stuff. Although I guess the books could technically be on there, right? And then I want to grab a few of these. I almost forgot. Let's make sure we make 2 of these for now. To those. It'd be nice if we could do something here as well, but we can't. Alright, so then we need these. Where are they? Yeah, they are. And we can get more. They're easy to get, so it's nice. And simple. Alright, I do wish I knew where the fish stopped moving. That'd be nice. I'm just gonna put that in the middle there. Alright. Or as you come in. Alright, this... Yeah, I could have that be there, and then we could have a pile of books here. I'd want to put... Right. Frankly, I mean, you don't have to have them be anything, because you can't see them anyway. We're gonna do here, we're gonna do that, and then we're just gonna put these all like so. We could have some plants kind of growing there. And then I'd like to have, I don't know, something on the other side. I suppose what I could also do, or something that would kind of look fascinating, is we could take like one of these, right? And then I have bushes. Do I only have those, or do I have any others? I think right now I may only have those. Lovely. Well, I would like to grab a lavender. Can't remember if these can be put down. Wait, I do actually have something else, don't I? I have dry leaves. That could look kind of cool. And then what else have we got in here? Kind of need another flower type. Kind of want something. Do you think we could put down? I don't think so. But we could do the berry flax that I found. In theory. I'll need others as well, but then we could actually use, I guess, this for like a vase. It's not gonna look perfect, but it'll be pretty good. Alright. We put this here. And then we did this. Or let me get this out a second. It could even just be like that. That actually kind of looks cute. That looks like it could be a bush. Oh, it sticks out, so I'll need to move this over. Where is my pickaxe? Where did I put it? Did I somehow accidentally chuck my pickaxe? Oh wait, I bet I know what happened. Alright, let me see. Did it find its way to one of these? Otherwise, I guess I have to go make a new one? A little weird that I would have accidentally did that. But I did do that. Yep. There we go. Alright, Alright, yeah, we'll move this here, and we're gonna put that there. Should stick out. Yep. Alright, so we can have some flowers inside. I'd like the flowers to go like to put these. Can these actually be put down? Yeah. Yo. So you just kind of have like that, and then you could have one of these like out here as well. Probably one on each side actually. All right. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? So for the ones that can have flowers in them, I definitely want to put flowers. Ba ba ba. I think the fire flower can be put in. Those are pretty. I think they even have like a slight amount of like just brightness. I might actually just go check the, because I have more stuff over in the other area. Alright, what have we got here? I could use some of these. These are kind of cool looking, like these weird purple orchids. And then, what we got down here? Oh yeah, I've got the cyan Mystica. And a delphinium, you know, that would be appropriate. I should probably steal more, to be honest. Alright, anything I need to do here? I think everything's good here, right? Yeah. It honestly looks pretty good. Although they're all kind of yellowish because they're from the, one place. That's fine. Alright, so I want to actually put the delphinium outside because I think that would be very in line. There, and then we're gonna put the... Actually, we're gonna put this one inside. Because I need another one. Kind of just looks like it goes there. And we could have a little hibiscus. And a purple orchid here. It'd be nice if I could change kind of the direction it's facing, but I really can't. Maybe I change these out. Maybe this one goes here, and this one goes here, because I think that will look more in line. Yeah. I don't know, maybe the books are too much. It'd be nice if I could put a flower on the table. Oh, wait, I could. I need to sleep, but then I can do the, azure fruit. That'll look like a flower. I just gotta go sleep first, because obviously the sun is setting. I don't really need to go sleep. I just need to kind of run. Then realize there's monsters outside and I'm stuck. Woo, because I'm gonna go to my own base. Oh, till morning, that is. I could do mushrooms, but I don't think that actually is able to be put down. No, it has to be. But the problem is, it's like, I'd like to be able to put some of the grasses and stuff that look just kind of cool, like as plants, but I don't think I can do that, and it's a little... Yeah. I do need to take this out so we can put those away. Do I have any in here, actually? I don't think so. I wanted to see if I had any in an easily accessible place. Pretty sure the answer is no, though. I only have, like, one over here, because I've got them all out as lights. I don't even think I have any over here. But I do have some over the other area, which is where I should have gone. Other than those, I do have, like, blue willow. I've got these. Venus flytrap, hemlock. Berry flax. I do like the berry flax. I think it looks very nice. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. I was like, it doesn't sound quite like it's late enough, but at the same time, who knows? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I do have decorative potions. Yeah, I don't have anything here. I just need to sleep and then be done. And go back, go get the fruit from where it is. Because I forgot that it's, you know. Anyway. I love that this is the cart and you can see it on here. I know it's already done and it's all moved on, but still, I just finished eating. Up and over, up and over. Obviously, you've got the azure fruit there, but I'd like to find Wish. Touchdown. Because I'm pretty sure I have some over here that are just kind of in one of these. Yeah. Look at this thing. But it looks like a flower, even though it's a fruit, apparently. I do like that the, I'm actually going to stick this one in here, these. Eventually, I do want to kind of finish up this room as well. There. So you have like a flower on there, and you have like a little note here, and we have that. I don't know if I'd want to do anything else. Hello, Tomas. Luna is not teething. He's a bit too old for that. He's a big grown-up boy. Alright. I guess what do you think so far of my flower shop? I'm trying to decide what else. I feel like I'm missing some like the thing is the things that I'm kind of missing are things I kind of can't do. Because we just don't have anything that would match that. I mean, I'm sure if I had like a mod or something I could do it, but just unfortunately I can't have rose flowers. I think for now this is gonna be my thumbnail. I don't know if it'll definitely be it, but it has a high chance. It's at least designed now, right? I'm kind of just trying to fill in the spaces at this point. Well, not the houses. I decided to try and work on some of the, these shops that haven't really gotten much use to them. Like this one, I kind of finished building up a shop here. I think it looks nice. What do you think? I think I could, if I could like put things on like an actual shelf, I probably would use them, but I mean, there's no such thing. So yeah. The idea is this is more natural tinctures and stuff. I probably should have had aloe in this thing. But I don't. I'm kind of okay with that too, though, so I think this just kind of looks unique. Um, do you feel like some music is become nuts? I need these. I need more too, so I'm gonna probably get some more, but there we go. And then, oh yeah, when we're here, actually, I grab a little bit of this and just. Wait, do I have any first and foremost? I don't think I do. I think I only have the long ones. I mean, I could do those. Oh, I do have these as well. They could look cool instead. Because they're long. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't think to do them, but I just thought about this, and I think this could actually be kind of interesting. In one place they could potentially fit. Here. I mean, obviously I can't make it up like that, but we can hop up here, and kind of come up to here. Yeah, there's a sheepy in there, but, you know, it's all good. Like, imagine that. I think that could actually kind of be cool. Oh, it's the tippy top. There. There. Oops. Why are you not working? I could see that would go here. Alright, so what if we put this here? Why are you not wanting to go there? Maybe it's this again? That worked out, kinda. I actually think this kind of works too, to have that be there like that, and then I'm gonna probably just put some flat ones in. I'll have to make, but other than that, I think that'll do good. And then on the inside, obviously, we've got these to put in place. For homey vibes up above, right? Alright, and then I definitely need more. Yeah, I should probably move these guys. I'm realizing kind of, I think, how they got in. Despite the fact that I kind of was trying not to. Alright, look, I heard a frog. Well, whatever. I do need to finish the water here and the water that comes down in, but I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Alright, I'm just trying to think through what I'm doing. In all honesty. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and make 12 of these just to be sure I have enough. And then beyond that, I definitely need to grab more of these. I think. And then I'm actually just going to do this. Because realistically speaking, I can't do much more than that. So we can't put anything else down on them still. They might fix that, but like, until they do, we're stuck. Alright, we're just gonna kind of grab these like so. I know I don't have enough to kind of complete the area, but we can kind of start. Alright, if I knew how to get the sheepies up, I would do that. Alright, there we go. I just gotta do it like that, right? Oh, did the sheep just get out? They went, nah, I'll just leave the baby behind. I'm not gonna get stuck. Wow. Alright. So, the way we're gonna do this, because I'm gonna fix this, basically. Okay, maybe I don't have enough. I did exactly enough. Alright, so we have these. So what we can do here, some of the spots that have kind of, like at least one, you know, to make it look a little bit more... It's fine. We'll get more and then we'll finish filling them in and all that. I meant to put that one there. It's fine though. From the bottom it looks okay. That's kind of the part that's important, right? Yeah, you're up as well, so we're not gonna let you be foolish. And wander in. Place up from this side. Alright. And finally this one. This allows me to put shelves and stuff in here. Pretty basic. I'll need to get lights and stuff in here as well, but it's basically done now. I actually think I'm just gonna fill the rest of this in here. Like so. So that's just kind of filled in. Yeah. It should feel pretty good. Yep. Alright, and then beyond that, I'm going to want to put in... probably... there. The idea will be that you walk up the side here, much like all the others, right? I should probably make more of those. And then we could use along the side something to make it look like it's more held up. It'll be good. I did consider doing fences, but I decided against. Or they're not fences, roof pieces. Because it could have been more colorful, but I think I'd rather kind of just do the much simpler kind of walk up. Alright, I am thinking of using fences. What kind of fence would it be? I think light wood isn't gonna work because it's gonna look too... Oh, you know what? Let's do that. That'll look good, actually. And then we obviously have the stone steps, right? And then 3 can be turned... These can all be turned... Well... There. And then I need my lights. Where'd I put them? In here. Alright. Alright, so we have these here, right? Then I want to do this here so that this matches to this point, I guess. And then we can just do this alongside here. Does it look right, does it? Oh, but it will work here. So instead, it just kind of is like a lattice work, believe it. There. So that's like that, and then you can even have this be a full block. Then you could come in here and you have a whole area up here as well. Not as nice as the one up there. I mean, here I just did the half of the other. I actually like that better. So this is like one whiter, so it's nicer, but it still works for what it is. And the big point is it's the area on top of another business as well, so allowing for a lot more kind of mobility. Obviously, it's not very nice. It feels a little claustrophobic. The amount of actual space we have is kind of small. Well, it's not that small. It's like 4 across, I think. 3, yeah, it's 4 across. So, yeah. Very small, very, very tight. But frankly speaking, I think this is mostly like just kind of well designed. That's the idea as well. I thought I was looking at that there. Oh, there's another baby sheep. Well, I can't help it. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're going to just... much like all the other shells that are not really real, right? Do that like that, right? Or do we... Yeah, I think we do that like that. Then we do that like that. Then we can have like a counter area and all that over here. Although, it would be better to have... like so, right? And then, but they'd be a little bit tighter, but frankly, yeah, I think we could do that. Wait, where did I put that? Wow. I thought you could put the shelves in between and it all looks decent. I still need a few more shelves, I guess. And then we'll just put in the... I don't know. The roof pieces that have been dictated to be shelves now, right? I know I could do something, but I think that the thinner look of those is just better. Oh, did you wake up, buddy? You wake, buddy? Did my baby wake up? No? Alright, we're just going to say 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I do think I have to do this much at least. Yeah, he went meow. Really, he went kind of like that. But effectively, yes, he went meow. Made sleepy kitty noises. So we could do this here again, and I'll just be double. He truly is, yes. Just to kind of start and see how we have this. Yeah, I think that works. And then you can have the same thing on this side. I'm not going to have enough at all. I need to make way more, but then they'll have shelves, right? And we can have an area over here. For the, you know. I'm gonna take a nap, I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna grab myself some of the wood, more of the wood, make more of those. Each one of them needs 12. Also a bit for that last one, so I mean, honestly. Who would have thunk? Woo, we made it in time. Alright. I have a little bit more time. Let's just go around and see what we've got here. Yes. I don't think I have any more things over here. Nah. Alright. Any second now. We'll be whisked off into dreamland. Any moment. Any second. I think this would work, but it really did. I'm kidding. Yes. It's day! Whee! I mean, I could take some veg and do this as well. I probably will eventually. I'm gonna get out my sickle a second here and gonna just go do some work here. Put away stuff, you know? Ow, that hurt. Alright. What's the rest of those on them? Alright, for now. I forgot to put the fire bush down. I thought that would look cool. I got better things. Kinda. Alright, let's just turn these into this. Fume. Wish. Honestly, I kind of like the idea. Once I've got it more completed and down, you just have a walk through in the early morning, you know? Really get to see those lights on and everything. Alright, we're just gonna turn all of these, because that's not even close to enough. It's enough for... It's enough for quite a bit, but not quite enough. Alright, once I've done that, I might actually get out some of the tables. But we could have some, like, fresh produce over here as well, you know? Alright, and then we have 9 left here, so... I need 12. Approximately. I am amazed how badly I miscalculated, because I could have sworn I had, but because that's the... I was probably thinking like I had one here, but I don't. I mean, technically, if I was to take a gravel block, what I could do... Like... Or, you know what, we could just put it here. I'll probably move it later. I don't like quite there, but it can go there. I guess. I suppose. Let me see if I have any, and I mean when I say this, any ancient tables, civilization tables. I think I might not. Oh wait, no we do. I'm thinking of this if I took 2 of those, right? And we'll finish up the... this. Alright. I'm not doing it right now because I need to go get cookies for that, but conceptually, the idea is going to be that we're going to have some produce at the front here. Kind of going more grocery style, you know? Oh, maybe I needed an extra 3. I miscalculated. That's fine, because we can put these over here like so. So I'd put this here and here. I'll probably put a counter here. I'll have to go to the desert and hope for a magician wizard tower. so that we can kind of deal with that. We gotta get high enough up, right? I don't think I have any veg out here on this side of me. No. I have pies. With mushrooms. I mean, a mushroom could go there, but we have peppers? I don't think that would work. Nah. Alright, so we need 3 of these. Although I guess technically what I could do, because the ones I would probably put... There. That's all of those. I do need lights in here. What we probably want to do here is I want to put a light here. And probably one here as well, actually. And then... we could do the same spots, I guess. And then this is just kind of like a back area. So these are just kind of lit up. And then over here, we could put... there... I guess it's the same. The lights feel pretty good. Although this is a little bit more, I think, out. Yeah, because those are actually down, but this is in the middle. Yeah, most of these aren't going to actually be... so what I would probably want to do... along the back, you'll have one here for like a bedroom area. And then we'll put one on this side for more like living area. And then one that's kind of in the middle. I don't know if it's exactly in the middle. Probably not, because it's 1, 2, 4. Whereas this one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Really fancy. And then I can put the walls in. I should feel comfortable. Ish. Yeah. Not really. But downstairs it's almost done. We can put the windows in, and I want to put the veg in, and I do think we could go on an adventure if we want. Have fun doing that. Or 2, shall we? I think we shall. Alright, I'm gonna put away the things I do not need. Alright. Put that in there. I'll put these both in here. Anything in here? Oh wait, that would actually go up here. And we could just put this down here. This could go in here. Pretty sure this goes in here. Yeah. And I can put chalk in here for now. Rocks in here. Up there. I somehow am carrying cooked corn. Can go there. And that can go there. This can go up here and close. Oh, good. We're ready to go exploring. It's not really exploring. We're ready to head up the pocket dimension and snag all our resources we want. All the resources shall be ours. Which means all the books. Well, not really. It's more like, it's a good way to collect what we want. Oop. We got one of these. Alright, let's hope we get lucky, because we want a very specific kind. Alright. Hop over here. Did we get lucky? I don't think we did. Oh, we can still head up to Farron Villages. It's not a waste. There's one over here, first and foremost. Right? Yeah, over here. We have the ability to axe. What we love most. Fire. I mean, we could take these as well. If we get lucky, we might manage to find ourselves some thorium goods. Oh, I don't need the silver. I like the berries, though. We could turn those into fruit skewers later, potentially, if we want. Well, we've got our thorium for the day, so we're pretty good. I can take the mace. This could be turned into iron. Alright, I think we actually have made back everything on this teeny village we came here. Alright, so we're gonna go down now. Down meaning this way. I mean, I could steal it their rope too, couldn't I? I don't really need it though. Oh, I could grab some of the plants I would like to have more of. These make such great water plants. Might as well, you know, we're here. Got time. Jungle bushes. They look so good. Alright, I'm still going the right way, right? Yeah. Now we just go this way. I wonder how the leaves look for the palm tree. We don't need to know. I could take the leather, the light leather we could take, I guess. There's a well. Dude. This is gonna pay for a couple... Well, at least one trip has already been paid for. Iron and things put into the scavenger. Yeah, I almost have enough of the thorium for 2 trips. Alright, there is more that I could hit up. We're going this way now. Yeah, that's bad fish. I don't want to grab that one because it's too close to the fish. Oh, I went the wrong way a little bit. Alright, we could make it potentially to kind of grab a little bit more, but I don't expect us to be able to do that. We might be able to make a little bit, is what I was gonna say. But that fall was too much. Come on, man. I didn't hurt you. Life energy and cooked iron. This is why they don't get fire privileges, though. I mean, come on. I barely. Yeah, I'm not gonna make it upstairs, so we're just gonna look around and see if there was anything else. Yep, we're back. But that wasn't what I was looking for, to be honest. We did get enough that we don't need to get more thorium next time. Not that we needed to this time necessarily. This is just kind of for funsies, if you will. We've slowly but surely been kind of gathering. Probably should do charcoal again soon. Alright, we already had that. I'm just gonna put these in here for now. I'll take this one out. I'll put these in here because we can get them done next time. We're doing that now. Good. Chuck those in there. And those in there. We'll cook next time, hopefully. I'm just gonna keep collecting, as I've said, I want to have enough of the buckets to just kind of, sort of maybe, eventually be at the point where we could just kind of... I have my whole inventory full of buckets and then just empty all the water we get that way. Alright, so we're gonna go make another one because they're cheap. I don't think I got the life energy back, but they're cheap. Yeah. That's fine. And where do we go? Please have what we want, right? What have we got around us? We have nothing. Lovely. I don't even think we have villages. I guess we have a village. We're just gonna kind of get up high and kind of try to see what we've got around us. Alright, I guess we can go to the village. You've got the thing up top, but that really doesn't have anything, so it doesn't really matter. There's a village over there. I think it's just a singular building, though, is the thing. Unfortunate. I'm not sure if it has anything in it. Oh, hi. Oh, pumpkin seeds are good. I don't think you can come in. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, next, I guess we can go, I don't know, toward the village. I probably should have just gone for trees. Realistically, I mean, that would probably be better off. Look at all these trees. Yeah, okay, so that is a more full village than the other one was, but still not great. I might go for trees after this, because I don't think there's anything else around here that's even slightly as good, worthwhile. Gotta be honest. Pumpkin. I like it. Oh, it's like... Oh, baby, did you wake up? Oh, no! What's the matter, baby? I don't know. We could take the... Oh, did you get bit by something? Or did you have a nightmare? What's the matter, baby? Well, we got our thorium. All good. We'll head up top, and then I'll just, for the rest of the time, go for trees. Hopefully we'll get at least one. Thorium, we got good stuff here. I don't know if I'm collecting that, but... I'll take everything out of this one now. Alright, I'm going to cut down this one right here. Easiest to get. Alright. So we get this one. Okay. I don't know what else is connected. I think maybe this. Ah. Yeah, I mean, that was enough to gather the wood, at least. Don't know what they're up to that's causing them so much pain. 200 wood comfortably. I'm gonna cut down some short bottle trees, I guess. Oh, gonna need some quick wood as well. Boom. I think it's pretty good. Especially since I want dry wood, and this is dry wood. Oh, I got room? Yeah, I got room. Surprisingly. This is light wood. Dry wood. And some of the light wood as well. It works out well for me. I do wish I could get the palm tree wood, but obviously we can't, so that's just a dream. And this one. This is the last one to grab for now. I don't really have time for more than that, but we should have plenty, I guess. Yeah. A dangerous side of wood, but that still wasn't what we were looking for, so bad things have spawned. Yeah. Bleep. Boom. Gonna put things away, and then we're gonna go again. Alright. I don't really have room for all this wood. Alright, get that started. Iron in there, all of this stuff in here. Chuck that in there as well, I guess. We'll grab the rest of this as well. Oh. Alright. There we go. And then grab this, because we can put this in here. Check that in there. I don't think I have anything else, so yeah. And then we could just chuck stuff down in here. In theory, I think. Oh, maybe in here. I'll just chuck this in here. Oh, never mind. These could go in here. The wood can be left alone, because I want to try again. It's gonna be the last time, because I... Ooh! Survived, somehow. I don't know if the guy stuck around. I doubt it, because I slept pretty quickly. It didn't really give him a shot to sense me. Alright, last try. For the biscuits. If we succeed, awesome, we good. If we don't, well, oh well. Yeah, I wanted this, but I'm not going to spend the rest of the stream just trying to get counters. By getting lucky and getting what we want. Alright. So we come here. Oh, wait, we're lucky! We did it! 3 tries and we're in. Well... once I find my way in. That is... surely up there. Now, naturally, we want this. And this. Get ready to fight things. There should be dudes here. Where's the next guys? I like those, so I'm just gonna kinda... Alright, we can grab these. I can go down. Ooh, got a tiny, teeny, tiny amount of what we want. Oh, I should probably leave this. I don't need the volcanic brick wall. I don't think there's anything else down here. Yeah, no, these are just blocks. I don't really have time to be doing this, but I mean, why not? Alright. Oh. Well. For the most part, we don't even have to bother checking these things now. Yeah, there's dudes on the other side of that, but... good to know one of them has a bow. Anything I want to steal here? Not really. I think I got all of them. I don't know. I like these, so I'm gonna collect this without having to spend money on it. Or points. These are also cool. I didn't even realize we had this here. Ah, I can't get it right now. It's fine. It's useful to know it's here, though. Nothing really good there, so we're just gonna kind of keep going forward. Oh, we got our stuff there. I heard another dude. This is what I want really quickly. I want to make sure there's no dudes quick. I want to clean out the dudes up here real quick. I'm gonna come back down and be... oh, there's a dude with arrows here. I don't need arrows. I think my cat's crying. Boo. I mean, I didn't even notice there was a... we're definitely doing okay on items. For, like, more... ability. Alright, once I get kicked, I'm gonna go and check on my cat, because I don't know where he is, but I swear I heard him crying. Which I don't want him to cry, because that's sad. I don't want him sad, because that is sad. Whoop. Nope. You know what? Did I get anything? I did, actually, technically. Oh, whatever. I'm not bothering with that. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's why. I really shouldn't have bothered. But we did get what we were looking for. We got our counters that I was looking for. Quite literally, this is all I wanted. Anything else is bonus. And now everything's going to be kind of, like, glitchy, because obviously we went through too many portals. Which is fine. Also, I need to check... Alright, I guess it wasn't him. It must be one of his sisters. Because he's behind me. He's a sheep. I thought he was, like, hurrying down the hall. But he's not in the room. Alright, so what we could do here is we could just quite literally... Again, that, right? I'm not gonna go to the same length as the other one. But I will probably turn that, like, just, like, especially if I get a bit of color and stuff. Yeah. I think that would be good. I'm not done, though, so it's probably... I'm not gonna do anything with that today. Alright. So we can go put these away. So we're not using them right now. I do need to put that stuff away. Okay, put that away too. But what I want to do here is I want to grab a couple of these. Do we have any, and I mean any, yeah, we do. Shame I've kind of already put away all the other things. Actually, you know what we're going to do is we're going to get a piece of dirt here. Put down the dirt a second. Right here. I actually want to, since we're here, we can make this into white dye by going 1, 2, 3. And we can make it into black dye. And we can do that. Oh, that apparently does not have anything else. Nice to know. Well, we can just do yellow. It's fine. Alright, and then we'll just do these. Alright. Because even if they look like they're separate technically, I kind of like having it look, you know, like it's not like a whole bunch of pieces. It's only like along the top, like the wood isn't completely, but kind of like how that looks. It feels very countery. There, so we can come in here like so. Because we got a nice crude stool here, this can just kind of go here. So, you know, you'd have where you just sit there. Nice crude stool. Okay. Alright, we picked up some notes. Actually works to put that there. I was thinking that would be a good spot. Kind of like the idea of putting this here. And a bag of salt here. Potentially. I kind of like the idea of making it feel like it could be a would you come in kind of shop. No. If I could put these down, I would. You know, I would. Be so nice. Or these as well. I feel like we should be able to, just because it's like... I guess technically we could put one of these down too. It feels kind of like it could be like a little shop icon. Kind of, you know, you got your items. See there. Yeah. That feels fun. It feels worthwhile. As I said, I would probably put some extra vegetables over there and stuff. I don't know, having some items that kind of just look like they could be like things that you're getting. I like that. I'm gonna make this one probably a bookstore unless somebody decides to claim it. So that's gonna go there for now. Or a tome store, I guess. Alright, because that's like that, nothing in here can have anything placed on it. I mean, well, things can be placed here, they really can't be, used. I guess this technically could work, though. We had a spot back here. That could be back here. I mean, I know they're cheap, but I kind of just collected them. Alright. Yeah. Alright. I feel like a lot of these are kind of coming together, you know? There, a lot of them are pretty simple. They're very... They're more... in general. Luckily. Very basic, kind of a vibe. Let me see. I guess... should probably get a bucket of water specifically for, as I've said, for the wizard tower. We do have a bucket here of water. Alright, I kind of want to try and see if the beams will prevent it from extending out beyond wherever I put it. We're gonna go up and see. Everything's pretty safe because I've not got anything anywhere that the water could spread to, really, so it's all good. Unless, I mean, even if it pours out, it's fine, but hopefully it will. So we've got this like this. I'm hoping that once it's the water in, I'm realizing I could probably use more water, but I don't have any blocks, do I? Well, for right now, we can just kind of... Alright, I could even have something up here, actually. We can even have a room up here. I think the thought process I originally had was I was just gonna put the water literally like that. I think it'll look weird though along the top. That didn't work. Oh wait, no, never mind. The left side was down. But that doesn't work. But my more concern was above. I mean, I can't see anything, but it doesn't really mean anything, does it? Let me just go back up, I guess, and make sure nothing is weird. Can't really check. But no, everything falls pretty perfectly here. Oh yeah, it does go all the way up. Only thing is I might not like that there. I might want to kind of bring it down one. Like so, just to be sure we're not, like, kind of doing anything dumb. We have this area up here that can be something. I do have to say this is a little odd. But at the same time, it kind of looks cool. I kind of like it. It's got this kind of... It's got, like, a wizardy kind of vibe, so, you know, it works. The only thing is I don't know if I'd rather kind of, like, not that. Would make a thing, but other than that... That's it. And I do like that, so I kind of like the idea that as the water pours down, on this side at least, and then it would pour in, and then it would just kind of create this, vibe. Then obviously we'll want to clear out the rest of it, but that's a way up and down now. It's a much safer way as well to what we have here. I think that's a pretty good kind of way to go. And then it is even kind of glowing, so you could actually have like a floor that kind of more candly and all that. I like it. I like it quite a bit. Alright. Just trying to think of what else I should do. I feel like I should probably go a little longer. Because, you know, but... I'm not uncomfortable. I really am tired. I don't know. I guess get more water and just... Yeah, that might be a good way to finish up. Is just kind of dump my stuff. Get even more water going. After, of course, sleeping. Maybe not sleeping yet. I want to just leave this back here. I think I do. But in the meantime, we definitely want that to kind of go start going through. We have more iron to cook. Did I pick up anything else? I don't think I actually did this time. Oh, I did. I picked this up. Alright, we're just gonna fill with more. Of that. Ba, 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 ba. Chuck that in there. Gotta do more of that. Check. Nope, there's nothing there. Alright. We could just check, I guess, the copper. Actually, no, let's do this. That's better. We still have time. Alright, I don't think I have anything else on me. But we're just gonna kinda, you know... Oop. Frankly, I don't need the fish. The fish. All but two. Alright. We just wait like 10 more seconds and we're good to go. And then, like I said, I think I'm gonna go ahead, deal with the golem. I'm probably just get a couple more buckets of water, do a little bit more on the moat, and that's probably gonna be where I call it for tonight. Because honestly, I'm... There we go. Well, at least we don't have to worry about breathing smoke, because it's a video game. Alright, so I'm going to empty my inventory. Or I'm going to start emptying my inventory, rather. Just a wee bit. Oh, I forgot to, what I forgot to do. Like, my inventory still feels pretty full. So strange. I mean, obviously there should be items in there that I get rid of, but... Okay. Yeah, I'll just check them there. Oh, look at the difference. I kind of think I'm going to check the arrows that are extra. I think I've done this already. In the trash. Nope, apparently not. But extra arrows I think can go in there. Alright, so we're just gonna start with getting out our weapons here, and we're gonna go fight the golem. Easy enough to fight. Like go to fill. Boom. All the materials to go put away. Alright. So go put away all the materials. That I don't need. Yep. But now everything I'm kind of carrying, I can just chuck into the bucket box while I'm transferring a ton of water. Oops. There. We'll come back for that. Yeah. That's basically all the buckets I can carry. Yeah. All good. And through. Be nice if I could get even more. I mean, that's what we're working on, right? Even more buckets. Because the more buckets I have, the easier I have a time in actually, you know, filling up my moat. Alright, I'm actually going to start with these. Yeah. Alright. Oh, wrong one. Alright. Alright. Pretty close. And then once I get another 9, that'll be like the end of it. I really wish we could have, I guess, oh, I see. Huh. Clever. I wonder if you can actually, I don't think you can actually do that though. But very clever. Alright, we have enough water to go do a whole thing for our... moat. I'm only doing one round tonight because I don't feel like going too crazy. But... I mean... I think we have... 40... No. 49? So basically 50? We're almost at that point, I think. Because 5 times 9 is 45. Plus an extra 9. Well, I guess it is that we're over 50 is what it is, yeah. Makes it 54. I could go focus on that side, or I could go focus on this side more. Kind of clear out through the smaller zone part. Not that much. It really kind of shows just how little room I really have here. Yeah. Well, I did think about it, and also thank you for the first time chat, the last Triceratops. Yeah. But I realized you can go to the temple, right? And let's be real, we don't know if they're gonna do infinite water sources. It'd be nice if they'd at least make it a toggle. Because I don't think it'd fit most of the game, but it does for like moments like this. I do wish I had them. Oops, I did that wrong. I missed one. But yeah, I'm just slowly but surely kind of working through. Do you think that this is like I think the third one? To be honest, this isn't even like the most. Or this is gonna be my largest project with water, but I have so many, it's not even funny. But no. Yeah. Well, I was more saying because it doesn't really kind of fit with the rest of Hytale's vibe, so I could see them not doing it. I think having a way to gain more water, I could totally see, but I will be honest. Personally, I do think that there's a decent chance that they might just go, yeah. Yeah, a magic item would be lovely. I wish my fish would come back to life. But, like, this is a man-made lake as well, as so is the one over here. Like, this... Before that one, this was my project I was working on before that. So, and obviously, it's not like it's every layer, but, you know. I mean, even for just the top layer, I think I really do like how it kind of comes out. My biggest problem is just kind of the whole... The only way to get it is and not mess up all my other water that I have around my world is to either go to the Forgotten Temple or through one of the, you know, crystals. But unfortunately, you really only have, like, 3. But I mean, that's not, like, what's my biggest, like, gripe right now. So water is not, like my end-all be-all, you know? There we go. My bigger thing is kind of it's just some of the crafting recipes I really wish we had that I hope they add, such as grass and bush. Because I'm going to be very honest. Going back in here a second because I was just putting away my buckets real quick. If you look through, you're gonna start noticing I just kind of this isn't natural generation, obviously. The plants and stuff. Nope. You can do grass blocks. See, you've got all the grass blocks now. They added that. But as far as, like, grass, you have to cut it yourself. Or, like, have it. It is a finite resource at the moment. Which is why and as I said, it has to be clipped by hand for most of like, every piece of grass. And the ferns, and the bushes. Flowers not so much, but they still have to be plucked. Also, the small fire campfire is not craftable either. I hope that becomes craftable whenever they introduce fox taming, because they did say they're going to do that and have one of the things that sits by this campfire, right? Because for right now, my way I've been doing it is stealing from Yetis, and now I'm stealing from Faran in the little pocket worlds. Because they just are such a nice little look for, like, you want a little fire for your chimney. Other things that are not currently craftable are counters. I can understand the ancient counters because those are ancient civilization things. Those I kind of see the idea of, yeah, you can't make those necessarily. But normal counters? I'm pretty sure their name even is something that implies they should be able to be made out of oak. I'd have to pick one up though to check. You'll see lots of things throughout my whole thing. Also, it's a minor gripe, but the fact is I wish that like all the wool types, like all the wool colors actually did turn into the tent pieces, because not all of them do. That's one of those things that'd be nice to have. Because like purple I have found now and black do not turn into those. Thank you. And I mean, this is only like since April, even though I've been playing in the world since like basically a week after it came out. But because they added all the chalk blocks, right? I wanted to build a town in this relatively closed off, and then closing off the ones that basically are making it as a fortress. And yeah, you can see from here, just it's a town. Haven't done the insides for most of them yet. But I like the chalk block. I like being able to kind of have a whole town of chalk. In a lot of ways. Although I do wish that the rooftops would actually be as blue as they should be. Because I know they're chalk, but the roof tiles are blue. I mean, I've even built a church. Because the idea is it's a town. It's a city. Thank you. Tried to kind of copy the Orvis symbol there. Kind of difficult. It's like all the things I have thieved or stolen. Statues. Campfires. This is a pub. Whereas the other one over there is a tavern. But yeah, I just kind of started designing. I liked the idea of having a full town. I had been trying to build one on Minecraft, but it just wasn't kind of coming together, my style and all that. And honestly, I figured out why I like this better than Minecraft. It's the little things. These things here. You know? The variety. I think... But I love Hytale, honestly. Not that I don't play Minecraft, mind you. I do that too, but... Vanilla... Well, it's not even about, like, block. I mean, like, the grass. So, like, as you're exploring, you've got grass that's at, like, every level. You see? Like, you've got it where it's the smallest to the next, to the, and then you even have, like, a super tall to be able to go back and behind. I think it's just kind of growing. It just kind of gives... It gives it more, I don't know, adventure-y vibes. When you have grass that's around that's kind of short, but then you have the stuff that you have to wade through, and then the stuff that is as tall as you. And I like the variety of little bushes and the moss and everything and the ferns. And frankly speaking, I've said it before, but their most recent update feels like it's kind of like not all of it. The concrete blocks, I'll give them; those are not. But and the cushions, but the poplar, it doesn't feel like the ones out of the mod. It feels more like the ones out of here, but not as good. You know? I think that's the thing. That's my best comparison because they're just about to add that, right? Oh, well, hello, friend. I am not wrecking my landscape over you. Not to be like, but like orange. I'm not like going to go into it more, but just like because I thought at first it was anyway. It doesn't really matter. It's just like it's the best way to even compare is the what they have just done, and this is the thing I said every time. I'm like, they really shouldn't do that. They should not make it comparable. That is dumb. That is how I feel. I don't know. Yeah. Shelf mushrooms. Bounce. Well, this doesn't let me bounce as much because it's like there, but there we go. An odd tree nose. Anyway, but forgetting that, I just like I like the aesthetic. I just feel like I really just kind of keep going back to that. Really kind of bugs me about the actual thing. Like, they're gonna make it comparable, make it good. Anyway, but no, I just kind of want to start building siege. Or rather, I wanted to build a kind of apocalyptic style world, kind of town kind of thing. And I like that. But this has got more fantasy elements to it and allows me to do more fantasy feel in a lot of ways. So I just kind of it worked better. Anyway, sorry. I'm not like specifically knocking Minecraft. I'm just kind of saying it felt weird. Just kind of more following their vibes, like, you know, magic. Yeah. I need to finish this because this is gonna be where chickens go, but monsters. Things like that. Yeah, we'll just kind of fill in the corners the way. I mean, we already have them in the game, you know? I just kind of thought it fit. But I wanted it to be basically a town that would have been built afterward. But it's far enough along in, like, the timeline that it's more built up and everything. I don't know, I tend to do dystopian stuff when I'm, like, just building stuff. It's a thing. It's inspirational. Yeah. Then I need to finish these fields. Yep. Oh no, I definitely feel that way. Minecraft is definitely closer to being kind of like survival. I'd even go as far as just going, at this point, more sandbox-esque. So no, I mean, that's why I end up saying specifically, like, I wish they hadn't been so close, kind of like, and I feel like that's part of why they ended up adding the cushions and the concrete blocks, because otherwise it really didn't look good. Didn't have any controversy with that, but because even the campsites, I mean, it was like all together. It felt like they just like, Oh, well, Hytale succeeded with it. We should do that too. It's like, but it doesn't fit the vibe. It doesn't fit Minecraft. Having a little bit of bounce to the mushroom doesn't make sense. Because it doesn't bounce a lot like Hytale, because it's all about movement here. Moving, being able to go higher and higher and all that. Can't even have you can't even have a 2-block jump, much less like a 4. It's things like that that really bug me about it. It's like, come on. Part of why the mushrooms are bouncy is because it's for, like, being able to move around. That made it feel weird. You know? Probably why the most exciting parts of it are not the, stuff. Anyway. Beyond that, no, I wanted to really kind of build through and kind of go through. Yeah, no, I definitely think that's fine. I was more just saying, like, taking things that don't fit, like, which is more of what they kind of do nowadays, which is part of why I also feel, in its own way, like the, ironically, every time they add a biome, it feels like they're chasing some trend. Like, I mean, I'd even say that with the, what was it called? You know, with the creaking? The payload force, that's it. Sorry. Not really. And yet, at the same time, it feels weird that they're making the choice to not bring it to the game if they're going to pull that anyway, you know? Like, but if you have it, you might as well. But no, I think the thing to me is, like if you go and you look, when they would have been developing the Pale Oak Forest, there was a lot of popular horror games coming out, or getting remakes and the like, right? So that was trendy. And it's like when you look at the caves, yeah, the cave horror mods were getting pretty big when they would have started developing that. And then we know now, we know because they've actually admitted to it, that the Hytale biome, if you will. See, and that's just it. I'm saying it's basically, I think that's the thing I'm left with, is they basically make it a biome you're never going to run into for the most part. And they make it off of something that just seems to have been trending when they decided to make it, but then, like, when they have it actually come out, all the things that were trendy for that, right, are moved past for one reason or another. Even the Hytale biome, right now, people are waiting for the big updates, so they're not really doing a lot of Hytale, which is fair. Waiting to see if the game gets, like, just, you know, in general, letting, like, bug fixes and stuff. And that means that once it comes out, it's not going to be like, oh my goodness, in the same way it would have been if they had kind of done their own thing. And that's really where I have felt more and more with their stuff. Feels like they were chasing some trend, but not like what people are actually asking for. Whereas obviously Hytale is just basically, they're just kind of making the game they wanted to make without much focus on everything else other than what people are saying they'd like to see. Which frankly, I think will, in the long run, do better because it's not going to be relying on something that's not necessarily even going to be popular by that point. And so many of them actually make, like, some of them even make the game kind of, like, worse to play if you have too much of it. Like the sulfur caves they just added. Considering that for the most part, like, the ores are practically non-existent once you enter a sulfur cave, because sulfur and cinnabar does not generate ore. Which ironically makes it more frustrating if you're going to go cave hunting. Like, you're going to do, like, ore hunting in cave. Yep, the ketchup and mustard caves. That they had to add, like, tough and granite to get any of the ores back in there because they didn't want to make, you know, different ore blocks. Or just have the ore blocks spawn as normal. It's weird. Realistically, I think that's the thing that bugs me the most on Liftlith. It's like, you could just, you know, have the ability to generate ore blocks. I think that would have probably been fine. It would fix the issue. It wouldn't look the best necessarily, but realistically speaking, current solution isn't better. It's kind of worse overall for gameplay and looks. And that's the thing I'm also left with. It's always like the least realistic answer to pick for something. Because no, I do agree they don't want to change things too much, except for when they decide, oh, you know what, this is broken, we're gonna fix this now. And it's like, are you gonna fix all the other things that this is fixing already? No. Well, then why are you fixing this? This isn't fixing, this is breaking, you know? Because honestly, that's what it really ends up feeling like more and more. I think that's basically what they did with the sulfur spikes. But then that basically makes it the only reason to go there is to get cinnabar, which it's okay looking, but it's not great. It's just weird. There's choices they could make that could make sense. And then there's the choices that they do make. But no, it's like, yep, you're gonna go there for building blocks. Oh, what else? A singular music disc, maybe, you could get a chance at. That's it. And I guess technically the sulfur cubes. But you only need those once as well, so, yeah. Weird. I think that's the other thing, is it's like so many of the things, you don't even have to go. Yep. They've said it's too difficult. And it's just like, is it? I mean, frankly speaking, I feel like in its own way, that's kind of the opposite. Part of why people have slowly but surely kind of started, I would say, leaving. Not just to like Hytale stuff, but just in general. Is because it doesn't change. After some point, they just go, people just kind of go, I'll just stick to modded if I'm going to play Minecraft. But I'm not going to go spend in the marketplace. Because that would be... So it doesn't, like, make any plan that they could have with that even make sense there either. Like, it's not making them money. Not really. Probably losing the money. Overall. Whereas, like, the two other solutions, having a larger update, or, you know, probably stepping back, would probably lead to more sales of things and the game and all that overall. in general, you know? But yeah, no, I am left with the concept that they basically have a marketplace map every single time that adds more things as well. It's just like, True. Well, I would say beyond that, I do feel like in part it really is just, I'd say, overconfidence that nothing they do is going to cause the player base to leave. Again, I don't think it's Hytale that's going to necessarily do it. I don't think it's a game I played called Cubic Odyssey. I don't think it's Terraria. I think realistically they're going to make a decision sooner or later, pretty soon probably with the way they've been, that realistically is not going to be well liked. It's not going to be sought after, and will probably lead to the, well, just again, you lose a chunk of the viewer, like the player base every time. Well, I'm sure like right now they probably have like a high number because people are anticipating left Minecraft Live. I've seen where the numbers for like viewers for Twitch and stuff are dipping down even like into the teens of thousands, right? Like 14,000. Whereas like I'd say 2 years ago it has comfortably over 100,000 in general at times. True, and yet, frankly speaking, every single one of them even agree Microsoft doesn't even interact or do anything. It just gives them money and says, do something. Which is the thing that makes it, but it's the thing that makes sense. They have money, and supposedly they've been underfunded, and yet they've been able to continue to add staff and positions that are not even developers and stuff, right? But not middle management either. But realistically speaking, this is where they'll have to really prove, oh, they can do something. And yet, I feel like the bigger part is, yeah, I think the biggest part is just attitude. Especially now, it's like when people like now, because I've seen like there's one of the channels I follow, they just show what whenever someone gets like reacted to by a dev or whatever, replied to on Blue Sky, which, frankly speaking, that's your first. But it's just like, and I'm often left with the responses just feel so tone deaf. I think the one I was most left with was there was one recently where somebody just said that they wish Microsoft hadn't bought Minecraft. And the developer replies going that then they would have had to work on other games that weren't Minecraft. It's like, that's not the end of the world. Why are you acting like that is such a... Like, oh. Like, what? Ironically, it would probably have been better off over time. Gets smaller, gets update maybe occasionally when they feel like it. Which obviously is kind of still what they do. But no, I mean, that was what I was left with. I'm like, it's just, the sound of that is just like, why do you think that sounds like a good answer? The obvious response to that is, and? So? Would that really have been the end of the world? That Mojang had to make other games? That weren't Minecraft? And isn't that still basically what they keep trying to pull? But it feels less and less like Minecraft, but they stick the Minecraft label on it and don't bring anything to the actual game, so therefore it becomes less and less worthwhile to play as a Minecraft player. I mean, frankly speaking, that's kind of where I end up going with it. that kind of thing. It's like, I mean, and how different is that, really? At the end of the day. Yep, they insist on it being canon to the lore, but they won't bring any of the mounts or anything that were special to it to base game Minecraft because they wanted people to go play Legends, and they still won't bring it to the game for supposedly the same reason. Despite the fact that, yeah, Legend flopped, and basically it's not even supported anymore. Yet the stuff that was in the game isn't even brought to the main game. Yep, and Minecraft Earth, exactly. Again, it's just that whole, it's like, and here's the thing I'm gonna say. I think, realistically, it's the other way around. These games flop because they have so much stuff in them that aren't in base game Minecraft. Let's be real. Whether it be a good idea or not, if the Sift was to come to vanilla, people would then want to see how it works in dungeons, so then they would probably go play dungeons. By not doing that, it effectively makes it for, like, the kids, right? That might want this game to go, ah, that's not actually Minecraft, and not want it. Their aim, that what they want to try and get, isn't going to work. And besides that, then they've also kind of ticked off all their regular base. Yep, I've said it. They just chase a trend half the time. But it's just like, and that's the thing. It's like, for better or for worse, I thought it was an interesting concept overall. And frankly speaking, I think they could have made it work even with COVID. Because Pokemon Go did it and had no problem with that, you know? Somehow they succeeded. Heck, several other games that did similar things succeeded still. The only one that didn't was Minecraft Earth because they didn't want to dedicate extra resources into the concept of you don't go out and walk necessarily every time. Gasp. But I think that's where I end up going more than anything, is it's just kind of like, especially just when I see it, I'm just like, they chase a trend or something they think is popular that doesn't fit Minecraft. And even they know it doesn't necessarily completely fit Minecraft. Then it flops. And then they move on and pretend it never happened. And even for things that could have succeeded, they don't give it the things it needs to succeed. And so therefore it ends up flopping because of that. Like I said, people would go and check out Minecraft just to, the dungeons too, or dungeons, or legends, if there were things that came from that game. And you'd want to see what game it came from. I mean, it's interesting as a concept. Heck, part of what people went with the Illagers and why several people, for some reason, wanted the Isolager. But the fact that it was a dumb idea at the time, I still go there for what it would be and how it would be. But honestly, the more that they didn't end up adding to the base game, the less people went and bought or did. Because at the end of the day, it's no longer going to match up, and therefore it becomes less and less interesting to those who aren't into that kind of game. I will say I think they could have probably have done it at a later update. I don't think they should have done it. I definitely don't think it would have worked with caves and cliffs. Because this is where you're supposed to be exploring all the mountains, and if you have something that knocks you off the mountain and kills you, that's not a good idea. But I do think later updates could have added it, or had a way to find it. Perhaps they only appear if you have, like, a mountain outpost. Could make sense. Could be logical. true. And the goat does the same exact thing anyway, so it is yeah. It's pretty awkward on that front. That they didn't think about that either. I was just saying in general is definitely more likely to knock you off, but the thing is, the thing that makes it worse is when you think about it as well, it wouldn't have had good loot if they had added to the game. Again, i.e. goat. Heck, again, even like the glow squid or anything else that they've added. The armadillo kind of worked, but that's because people already wanted dog armor and they just clearly wanted the armadillo, so they gave it the thing that they thought would get votes. And I'm gonna tell you, I have a conspiracy theory about the sniffer here in this. It's an innocuous one, but I think that 1.19 was originally supposed to have archaeology with it as well. And that sniffers were supposed to be introduced then, but they didn't have time. Here's why. I think that the marketing team, the reason why you have literally got the warm ocean ruins would be because that's when the sniffer would have been introduced, and then that would give it the ability to have a connection to the ancient city, which clearly it does, as we've now been shown by Dungeons 2. So I think that the reason why they wanted that one to win, and they clearly did, they basically gave the others no anything, was because it was basically done. But they ran out of time. Complete it. But that's my conspiracy theory. And that's the real reason why the marketing team had all that. Because they actually stated it. They want the controversy. Because, yeah, and the illusion of choice. Also, if you paid attention, that was the first time that the mob vote wasn't on Twitter. It was in a place that no one could change the vote or even know how the vote was being tallied. Seriously, you actually go back and look. The last two mob vote winners that totally won, and I'm saying this as someone that voted for the sniffer and the armadillo, there's a lot of things that just like, surrounding it. But when you look at it, the ones that were given the best for getting votes, like the thing that looks like, ooh, I kind of want to know what that is, whereas the others are all given kind of negative or like nothing that you'd actually want kind of choices. Even if it would have potentially been good. A good example is the same mod vote as the sniffer, the little guy that would show up in the mines. Because they only announced that it would potentially have iron tools, that made it far less desirable than the sniffer that's going to have unique plants that might be like, who knows what kind of plants they're going to be. There's going to be, but they're going to add plants. Something they hadn't done in a long time. And then just like I said, beyond that, if you actually look at it, it just, and especially when you consider with the armadillo, there was potential cheating going on, but then Mojang was like, oh, we made sure that won't affect the result. And it's like, how do you make sure that doesn't affect the result for reals? Can't 100% be sure unless you've already picked the answer. And that was the first one that definitely was provably not live. So, you know, there's that as well. Even though they pretended it was. Which makes it odd. It's like, how can you know? Even before the results have been tallied up. Maybe they just have one for each, but like, But no. Like, if you look, each one fits the update before. I think that could have been good, But unfortunately, I think also it probably wouldn't have been happiness if we had actually gotten it. That's the thing. I think, I will say, if it hadn't been for the other stuff, it probably would have been the one that won. I don't think the Ice Soldier was ever going to win. Because, well, frankly speaking, most people playing the game don't want an enemy that spawns on mountains and kills you. Two peaceful options and a violent one, and just in general, that's how that tends to go. But, I mean, I honestly don't think that it necessarily would have been great either. And that's the sad thing. At least we could pretend like, oh, it would have been great because it didn't win. But frankly speaking, if we'd been in the universe where the Moobloom had won, we'd probably be going, I wish that the Glow Squid or the Iceologer had won. Realistically. Anything. Because they haven't really done a good one yet. Like I said, that was the last one, I'm pretty sure. Maybe there was one more after that point. I think there was, actually, because the Alley. But, I mean, we know that the Alley was already designed for the Nether and for Legends. But had not been finished for the Nether update. And it's just like, if you start looking at each of the ones that technically won, or that did win, they had all the cool stuff and all that. They all kind of... Well, I think beyond that, it's just, in general, it's not really necessarily about combat, I think. It's about... So this is going to be a mob, right? Combat mob. You don't even know if it's going to actually drop anything. And as we've seen, they might have only dropped an emerald. That would have been... Ugh. Probably would have only. And I think that's really where it would have lost. It's not necessarily about combat. It's about, you know, it's going to be annoying as heck to deal with, and that there's going to be no reward. As we've seen so far, there was no real rewards being added. Think of pillagers. At this point, when I'm playing Minecraft, I turn pillagers off. Or the pillager patrols, right? Because I have gotten so tired of dealing with them. Since there's no way to prevent them from spawning, and they don't really have worthwhile rewards. That's why I use pillagers as the example. If I want to be able to prevent them from being in my world, right? Or not showing up because I'm building a base. Do pillagers. You can't do anything except for make everything non-spawnable. That is the only way to prevent pillagers from spawning. If you do not turn them off. And let's be real. That's how basically all of them work. They will spawn in as a negative thing that you might get something out of, but are not even guaranteed. The only reason why the Evoker and the other guy are okay is because they only spawn in specific places and raids. Yep, exactly. They are literally... And I did research on this because I was getting so frustrated, and the only way... You cannot even prevent them by having enough villagers in the area, by the way. I had a village where my villagers were decimated by pillagers spawning in the middle of the village. And I'm just kind of left with, how is it that there is no way to prevent them from spawning? No real way. And that's why I think combat mobs are not terribly popular. So many of them, you cannot stop from spawning, especially later in trees. Or if you can, it's because you have specific spawning things required for it. The creaking, the reason why you could avoid it is because it's only in pale oak forests. And they have specific spawners. But you have to find them if you are in a pale oak forest, or you cannot get rid of them. And I think that's just part of it. Like, if you look at it, so many of them are just kind of annoying. You can't really get anything good out of them, because they don't want you to actually kill them. Oh, what? You want to kill a warden? Because it's spawned and you don't want to die? Well, oh, and you managed to complete that reward? Well, all you get is a stupid catalyst, because you're not supposed to kill it. I mean, think about it. That's kind of what they've gone with more and more, even the peaceful moms. Oh, this fox keeps stealing your stuff and you want to deal with it? Well, all you get out of it is feeling bad. Well, that's not exactly my point. My point is, if you do end up in a situation where you would be dealing with it, right? Especially since it's supposed to be one of the bosses. In theory, you should have something kind of... It doesn't even have to be great. It could just be its stupid head. That maybe makes it so that if one spawns, it won't sniff you out. I think that would be a fair reward. If you actually manage to deal with it. See? Yep, like the dragon head. I think that would be fair. But they don't do that because they just want you to do stealth. They don't want you to be like, I accidentally tripped the last one, needed to spawn the warden. I have nowhere to go. Well, I guess I just die now is basically what they want it to be. And it's just like, why? Why? And I mean, that's what I like about Hytale. Everything drops something. Well, the thing is, though, if you look at it by descriptions, it sounds the best. You know? Because it just sounds like it's going to be something that appears in the end, and there's going to be something cool you fight in the end. Not something you get every time it's sleep deprived. And that you're forced to sleep every 3 days if you don't, or at least once every 3 days if you don't want to be harassed. But all of them would have been bad when you actually look at how they'd have been implemented. I mean, for Pete's sake, one of them would probably have swallowed you and taken all your enchantments off your gear. One of them would have made oceans such a pain to go into, because they would have probably killed you. And one of them would make the nether next to impossible, because it doesn't actually say that it would spawn in fortresses, it just says it would spawn in the nether. And it would basically be a blaze boss. Which, let's be real, none of them would have been good. Which is the real reason why they didn't implement them, I think. The losers. Not because they're like, yeah, exactly, the blaze version of the gas. Think of how frustrated the gas can be. And I think that's the real answer, is A, because not enough people were there to look at it, but B, of the options, it was the least bad and had something that sounded interesting to it. That they effectively decided against because, oh, but it will knock you off into the void as you're bridging. But realistically, yeah, I mean, I feel like to some extent there was nothing good there when you actually stop and look back at it. And I mean, I don't think that's because it's like combat mobs either. I think it's because the options would each have been just making a different section of the game horrible to do. Ironically, it might have made it so that the Nether was so inhospitable you really can't go into the Nether. It might have made oceans so bad you quite literally don't bother swimming through the ocean. You might never want to go into a cave either, because you might just lose all your enchantments that you worked so hard to get. You think villagers are good now, or OP now. Yep. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is all of them realistically probably would have been made bad. And I do think in part that would be because I don't think they were all that much of a fan of the idea of a mob vote. To consider how little it was advertised for what it was and everything. I think they just thought, well, it will, yeah. But then it became a thing that they kept doing, even though I don't feel like they really wanted to. But I also don't feel like it's that whole, oh, because they want to do all three. I feel like it's because, well, now they have to come up with two other options beyond the one they've already come up with. It's not good, it's not bad. But it is the kind of thing that really feels, sure, there's other ways that could be handled here. And I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I'm left with, they're never going to do an end update. Not because, you know, because they don't want to. They don't think it sounds like fun, so they don't want to do it. For them. It's the same kind of thing also with, it's just like, I'm just, yeah, like I said, they're not going to do an end update. Probably. No matter how much they'll be like, oh, if you keep asking. No, they're not gonna. Because they don't want to. They're probably never going to update food because they don't want to. They're happy with things being the way they are. And like you said, what if people don't like it? Yep. I mean, that's why I don't really do vanilla anymore and I only do modded. Well, other than the fact that it's a pain in the butt to get in. Especially if you have multiple accounts that are different people's accounts, you know? It doesn't like you switching accounts. So, yeah. I love that. I let Hedge have vanilla. My sister. She's the one that I'm just because she's. But I just do modded because I don't know. Nothing has been added to vanilla that has made it worthwhile to go back to vanilla. So many of them are just kind of like, eh. I tried to be interested in, but I just kind of can't. But no. Yeah. I definitely feel like modded definitely all the way at this point. And I'm not like combat focused or anything like that. I don't tend to do that stuff. I first heard about it back when the first announcements were coming out. Because a lot of Minecraft channels were covering it, right? As Minecraft news, the big trailer and the discussions and everything. And I kind of followed it. Not to the same extent as most people, but I did follow it because I was interested in the concept. And then, oh, I shouldn't have. I think beyond that, when I heard it was finally actually getting to come out and stuff, I definitely wanted to get it. So I did end up getting it a week later because I just waited to make sure I was happy with my product. Plus, my mom chose to birthday. That was fair, kind of thing. But beyond that, but yeah, I've been interested since the first trailer because I wasn't terribly inspired by Minecraft at the time either. I hoped that eventually I would it'd be something that definitely would, at least to some extent, become something that pushes forward, right? You know? The competitiveness. Years later, I know that was never gonna happen, but, but yeah, I mean... And then now, it's just kind of like I said, I found out that the game was going to come out by the original people and all that, and I just was like, I want to see how the game is. And I want to see how the game ends up finishing. Because I like the concept of a game that has a storyline. Honestly. But also has a sandboxy kind of feel to parts of it. In the sense of just, like, you can go do everything in one part and then you could probably get the story elsewhere. Or, I guess in this case, they're going to just have it when the story slowly comes out, but either way, it definitely is something that's interesting. Fair enough. Yeah. I definitely love the Farons too, yeah. The Foxies are so cute. Wait, this is carrots, right? I think it is. Yeah. Let me get out my watering can for these. But no, I mean, I definitely, I like all the different things and all that. I think the lore, I don't know if you've ever read the stuff and all that or looked at it, but the outsiders, right? The dudes out in the north, I feel bad for them. Their lore is quite literally they are poor and sad. It's like, I kind of love that though. It's kind of dark. You know? It's like, they made the wrong decision following the void. Not because the void is evil or anything like that, necessarily. No. Because they just do not have good life situations anymore. I don't know. At least so far. Maybe they'll make it more intimidating and stuff, but when part of their lore is the reason why they're half naked is because they don't have enough cloth to go around, basically. I mean... because no one remembers how to make it. It's sad. They have sad lives. Possibly. I do think that, but like I said, I mean, if you actually, like, look at some of their stuff, they oftentimes don't have enough food. And, like, if I go through, like, the Pharaoh stuff, I'll find cooked food and stuff. If I go to them, oftentimes it's raw food, typically not meat. Despite living in a rich, typically a lot of berries and stuff. If you look at um, the furniture set that's used, it's the lumberjack set. And beyond that, it has patches on everything and all that. It's really sad. I actually look around and be like, wait, is this really how they live? Like, I agree. I would say I hope that they kind of do get built up more as, like, kind of intimidating, because otherwise it just feels semi-wrong to steal from them. They're still supposed to be evil and they still attack me, but, like, I'll make their bed. I'll make their bed. You can see how sad their beds are. I mean, I think I only need 2? Actually, no, I just need one over here. Actually, I don't know if I can. I just need hardwood planks, that's fine. It makes me feel bad. Slightly bad. Not like full on, but it just makes me feel slightly bad. I'm like, ay. Ay. I don't know how I feel about this. Look! Patches! And the leather hide! They're not even, like, it's just sad! How do they sleep? Oh! Also, they do seem to get along with Quebecs, by the way. I've had them spawn in Quebec villages so often when it's in the north. And it's never fun because they'll then attack me. So I don't think they're like, that's the thing that's weird. It's like, are they evil or are they not? Are they successful or are they not? Heck, the seeds that they have in their homes, right? Their chests and all that are for a warm climate. Like the peppers and the tomatoes. They can't even grow them. So they have nothing. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, I do agree. Crucible's pretty obviously that. Uh, they are cursed and dead. Honestly, I do quite like their temple type. Been through all of them. I think that the Crucible ones are definitely the most somber. I love the music in the Volcano Crucible region. Beautiful and sad half the time. For most of the time. But no, I do think that they definitely um are the skeletons. Or at least in part they are where the skeletons originated, some of them. But they can't be all of them, because we have the guys out here that are not like them. But no, I do agree they probably unlocked the curse, or released the curse, if you will, of... Yeah. My favorite one is... what's it called? I think it's just Tragedy. It's called, but it's just so pretty and somber and just soft. And I could check. I've got it all on my phone. Like I went and got the albums. But no, I do love. I kind of do hope that the sloth people that they were planning to add do eventually get added. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's because they got bought by another company. And yeah, Riot Games does not seem. I mean, they would seem like a good. I do think they seemed like a good option at the time, probably. It's only later that it becomes, Let's see. Or the one I like. Yeah, Tragedy. I like Tragedy, and I like my second favorite song. Or no, my favorite is Traveling Band, and then my second favorite is the Tragedy. Cause it's just somber. It's pretty. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest. That's exciting to me because I like sloths, so I like the idea of sloth people. You know, like my top 3 animals are hedgehogs, sloths, and cats. Well, yeah. Speaking of cats, my cat has awoken. The Sunabuna is looking at me. It's probably gonna come over and be like, "It's time to finish." But no, I definitely am excited about that. I love the Theron, the fox people. They're cute too. I like the idea of sloth people. I like the game. I love just kind of having. I love the idea that we're going to potentially eventually be able to befriend them and bring them to our house, live and work here, and that's exciting. But the biggest irony is I've said like over and over and over. I really like all the things I've wished that Minecraft would do. Hytale does do, like has sharks, but they're more fantastical looking, so they don't like look like real sharks. If you feel odd about or so it's like, you know, they're fantasy sharks. You know, a lot of them the animals sees how it parts the animal. You know, which works. It feels good. It lets it breathe. Fair enough. But no, like I've thought like other things like that as well. Like the concept of being able to bring or like the way to have villagers do things for you is that you give them the things they like and then they're more likely to work with you. Like yeah, and that's what they're planning to do. It's like that's so nice because it's like that's what I want to be what I would do for like with Minecraft. I like the idea of having my villagers be able to have nice houses and homes and everything, and they get to have all their things they like. That's nice. You actually gonna get up or not? You know? I'm not as fond as combat, but I don't mind combat, mind you. Let me be clear. Otherwise, I wouldn't play games like this. I just suck at it. But like even things for like someone like me who's not as into it, there's things that just like are being added. They're just like I wish that I've wished that Minecraft would do. Because it's like, if they're going to limit themselves to certain things, they should use that limitation to their advantage. Fair enough. Oh, hello. My cat is now standing in front of me and preparing to sit. So I have to. But, like, I like the idea of having all the different types of plants and stuff. I do wish I could kind of craft them more than. Or craft seeds for them. But that's, like, my biggest thing. Yeah. No, I do agree. Something that's been in every game for ages, automatic chef sorting. / being able to just put the items in and out. Minecraft should have something like that. Maybe not. They should add that as a feature. Different variants of chests, too. I think... Well, I wish there were more, like, furniture type things for each of the wood types. I can accept that there's basic wood types instead, you know? Other than I wish there was a white wood. That's the only thing I kind of wish that there was. Because, like, camphor is instead lightwood, and lightwood just does not translate. And I do wish, but that's about it. Maybe, like, a type for the blue as well. That's it. I don't know where I go. Things like that. But at the same time, like I said, I think it's okay. Because having it be more limited is just kind of okay. Yeah, you do have to make more. I don't disagree. But at the same time, you don't, depending on how you're doing it. With each slot holding 100, you effectively still have it where it can hold almost the exact same amount. So that's kind of where I do go. It depends. True. But I'm sure they'll figure out something around that, or they might just add more chest size. Realistically, this was just the initial build. And the bigger focus right now is just trying to get update 1 out. Or chapter 1 update, you know? So I think it's fair that they don't focus on things like, well, yeah, this probably should be doubled at this point. But at the same time, or let's be, you know, I'm going to say, here's the sorts of things I think they need to focus on eventually. The amount you get from a recipe. I'm going to show you what I think is absolutely outrageous. That's for 1 candle. Of which everything else, for the most part, uses a very, like, light source thing. That one doesn't actually, I guess, but a lot of them do if you go through. Or they still use copper for 1, but this one kind of makes sense because it's like, got the copper plate, but like, how has this also got 1 for that? Just like the candle, which is the base. I think they should have this be like 2 or 3 candles are made out of that, personally. Maybe have more sap be used. But like, a whole copper bar for every light source? Also, I'm 90% certain, by the way, that the recipe for this one and the recipe for this one are accidentally swapped. You know? I don't know if you could see why I think that. Copper is common, but even then, it's like if I'm using a bunch of lights. I don't know if you could tell why I think that these are potentially, accidentally swapped. I'm 90% certain that because this is a tavern lantern. They're right next to each other. Considering the other Quebec one is more normal, or what you would expect, it's like, why is this one use iron? There's no iron in this. I even have one in here, I think. Or I might not, because I haven't made them. But yeah, I'll acknowledge, yeah, I haven't made them because I don't want to spin the iron. But I'll probably like get all my things in advance, but it's just like, I'm 90% certain those recipes are, switched specifically. Because this is any tree log, which is something that fits with the Quebec stuff. And this is an iron ingot, which fits with all the tavern stuff. And in fact, when you go and you look at this, which also would be in the same vein as the lantern, this uses iron. It's just like, I don't think this is right. I don't know who did this. But it's probably because they compiled everything back together, you know? And then had to fix it afterward. And then just hasn't noticed. Because it's such a minor thing, and how many people are actually going to pay attention and be like, wait a minute. Why is the Quebec the one with the iron, whereas the tavern one does not have it? It's a minor thing. I'm sure they'll fix eventually, but good to use, take advantage of. But no, I mean, most of these are... Well, the things I definitely feel like they definitely could use more, is just the ability to make more flowers. I mean, yes, technically you can do this with the purple petals, but you have to make the white petals first to do any of the other colors. And you get the yellow from the sunflower, so it just feels like I wish I could just kind of grow the other flowers. But no, if you want to see how long I've had this world a while, I even still have the original recipes for these because I already used them. Like, I have a bunch of petals and all that. And then they changed everything, and it was just like... Because I was doing the, I'll try to get the farmer's table. All the way, like, I wanted to get it all the way up. So... Oh, no, that was just plantage. This is also a level above what, in theory, I should be able to get. So it's tier 9. And now it only goes up to tier 8. Unique items. But I will say, I feel like... I don't know about that. I probably will. I mean, I probably will get rid of the world specifically, but like... Well, I've got that stuff and all that. I do eventually want to have a new world when they add like the Gen 2, like, you know, the next I can't think of the word. Yeah, World Gen V2, thank you. Because the fact is, well, this is all cool and all that. I personally think that'd be much more interesting to kind of check out and do stuff with because, well, I mean, that's going to be much more, well, that would be even better for exploring than we currently have. And I am very much for the adventure aspect of Hytale. Because I think that's cool. And I mean, yeah. I mean, frankly speaking, they already effectively have the caves and cliffs of Hytale because it already basically is that. But no, it's going to be the cavers, the more caves and the more cliffs. But yeah, I do agree. The stuff that they have teased just looks incredible. Yep, even cavier and cliffier. And then the ability to go underwater is going to be crazy whenever we get there, you know, actually having the ability to go under the ocean. Because there's so much stuff. So many ruins to check out and stuff, but you can't really do that in survival. The diving suit, exactly. Because right now we can't really do that. But no, I like adventuring, so for me, I just did that. I like that kind of thing. I mean, obviously, as with everything, I'd love to have more food options, but at the same time, I can accept that would probably be modded. Especially since I'm gonna go here. The fact they're gonna have it integrated into the game means that it's gonna be much easier to deal with, you know? Which is nice. If I really want to add something, I can add something. I don't have to go through anything else. I just did that again. Well, that was more my cat, but I was part of that. But no, I mean, I can see where the game is gonna go. And while there's a few things I feel like, yeah, I wish we could have... Overall, it's mostly pretty good. Realistically, in a decent spot. Other than a few recipes. Because grass. Like, I can accept, like, the leaves and stuff, but yes. This, realistically, is going... And if they don't add some way to get more, these are going to become the most, like, how you'll probably base your economy off of somehow, you know? Because you can get iron and copper and, to some extent, even, like, thorium and adamantium. Yeah, I do think it's gonna be awesome. It is very on theme, I'm just saying it's like... I don't think it should be that on theme, you know? It's like, yeah. And I feel like bushes sometimes just, like, randomly duplicate when there's an update. But other than that, you can't really get more bushes, you can't really get more grass, you can't get more... And the best grass is actually, I'd argue, in the swamps. The fluffy grass. There's fluffy grass. But it's only, like, in the, autumn biomes and the, swamps. And even then, not often. This. Look how fluffy it is. It looks like a little bush. With fluffy grass. So hard to find. But no, I will say, I hope that with the Gen V2 there are some changes from the initial, you know, the initial draft for the mountains. Considering there's a lack for... I think that that's the thing that's funny. You know, their first taste, right? All those little pocket worlds. But for the mountains one, there's no cobalt, really. There's none of the other materials you'd be looking for normally there, like slate or yeah. But I think the only other thing I would say is I feel like we need some recipe for it. Just because it's like I have found it in places and it feels like it should be used that way, but it's not. Let me see if I have any. This is like the last thing. Just a recipe that probably at some point hopefully will be changed, but right now, or fixed, or given some use. I have some somewhere, I don't remember where it is though. But the clay, you know? I wish I knew where I put it. I think I actually used it in the end as is. But the clay types, they can't be made into the all of the these things. No, you can't use that kind of clay because it's not smooth clay. And the only way to make smooth clay is by using red sandstone. Out the wazoo. Even though the only way to find a source of it that's repeatable is from golems, if you can find the right golem. I do feel like that's one where it's like I could. Yeah, actually, no, that shouldn't. I know I had it in my notes. Okay. But that's the last one. I kind of think here we go. Gray clay. In theory, gray clay should be able to be used to make wooden wool. Yeah, because otherwise it's like, why not have some way for me to be able to make the smooth gray, like the smooth gray clay here that I could use, yeah, for this. If I find it. Although in this case I found it in one of the pocket dimensions, but overall, it exists. In theory, you should be able to cook it or something. But it's like, let's go over to a furnace. Be like, yeah, you should be able to do that. That would make sense to be able to put it into the... You right? Nope. Doesn't go in there. If you break it down... No, it still just remains gray clay, even if you put it down and pick it back up. That doesn't even turn into, like, anything. I definitely think that's one of the things that probably, hopefully, will get better. Yep. Well, but see, that's not really true either. Because then they fixed it and now it's bad again. So, unfortunately... Unless you want copper. Copper's everywhere, but iron is, like, nowhere. Unless you're in Zone 4. Because I recently went adventuring, kind of did look around some, and it's just kind of... Yeah. It's like, I think they're gonna eventually probably make a choice. But no, I do agree, because, like, at first, like, when I was doing it, because I didn't start, like, immediately. I did say I started a week later. But by the time I made it over to the mountains, yeah, the mountains were chock full of, like, iron and stuff. I was like, wow, this is crazy, and gold. And then... Like, my mom's been doing it for her streams, some. She decided to try it, and I was like, oh yeah. And I tried to send her to all the places I found iron and stuff, right? And, like, 90% of the time, there was no iron. And I just felt really awkward as I'm like, it's gotta be here somewhere. Surely. And the answer is no. Pretty much, if you want to find iron, it's either in chests or Zone 4. Gotta go deal with lava and lava skeletons if you want to, find iron. Yeah. There's a lot in Zone 4. There's a lot. Basically, the three things you're definitively going to find in Zone 4 are iron, silver, and adamantite. But it does make it frustrating. At least, I think part of the problem is they've made the world deeper, but they still basically made iron is only really findable at, like, Y12. And I'm not sure why. Well, at least with lapis, you can pick up the lapis with a stone, you know? I will say that. But yeah, gold, it's like, Although the worst is when you have a gold pickaxe. Because you found it in another, a portal chest, right? But it doesn't actually mine gold. It's just like, so why does this exist? Yeah. Why bother having this exist? if it can't even mine itself? And then the copper tools, as interesting as they are basically useless, so... yeah. Would have been nice if it, like, had at least, like, a trait to it or something. But nope, it's slightly faster than stone. So you still need iron. I think that's the biggest thing. Yeah, because they don't really want to upset the progression, right? It's like, they add copper. They could have given copper a use that could be used later on as well. That could have been cool. Or I like, so one of the things I had seen, like, originally kind of, like, suggested and stuff was that could maybe have, like, something like Silk Touch. Or whatever, right? Should be a good way to kind of introduce the concept of an enchant. Obviously, you'd still only be able to do, like, stone and iron, but it would have been an interesting way to handle it. But they didn't go there, you know? Oh, it's the worst version you could have for the copper tools. It's the worst version you can have for the gold pickaxe. Specifically. I think the others are fine because, you know, it is speedy. It's just weird. And here's the thing, I don't think it necessarily has to be able to mine diamonds, you know? Or the gold one. But yeah, it's like, what's the point of getting the copper? Because you might still just get the gold. It'll be faster. So yeah. Yeah, but then you don't really use them. Because at the end of the day, it just kind of, you might as well just get villagers. You know? The copper armor gets torn through really easy. And yeah, honestly, I'm kind of left with, like, I feel like it was an interesting idea, but I do think that by the time they implemented it, it's just kind of was like, especially again, there were plenty of mods that did the copper thing, but they added something to it to give it some extra use to it. It didn't have to be, like, special, you know? But realistically, you didn't really need something between stone and iron because stone and iron are, well, for just to be honest, yes, it can be difficult to find iron. At the same time, it's like I could find a village if I just want to get, like, iron tools. And then I can move on even afterward. I don't even have to go for a chance or anything. In fact, that would take way longer than just going, I just want some iron tools. Yeah, that could be cool. No, I do agree, that could be cool. Or, if we're going to go with that, you could have, or like a charged pickaxe, then that could be like Silk Touch kind of way, but it's like a temporary effect. Or Fortune, or something like that. Because it's superheated, though, is why I would pick, like, Silk Touch. The electricity makes it super hot, you know? Heck, and then with the sword, it could be a way to get, like, your charged creeper, your creeper head without, or skeleton head or whatever. Yeah, I mean, I do think that would work, having it be temporary. But like I said, it could give it a way to also potentially introduce the concept of something like that, or why you would want to use something like Silk Touch or whatever. To someone who might be newer to it. You can look at Silk Touch and go, and this is why I go back to this one. It doesn't sound that great if you're a new player. if you played a long time, you know why it's good. But having a way to potentially introduce that earlier, or other things as well. Could be amethyst as well. But they're going to add amethyst. Here's the thing, like if they add like amethyst tools, you know it's going to be in between copper and iron. And that'll become even more like, why? Why bother? They have mystical... But that seems to be their way to handle it, is it's just like, yeah, it's so common. But it's not really worth it. I would more likely just kind of go to... as I said, I still think it should be stone items, though. True, amethyst can make cool sounds. I won't disagree there. But no, I do feel like copper was just kind of... For what they ended up doing, not as great. And it just felt like it was because they decided they wanted copper golems. But didn't really have a use for them. Because... yeah. Yeah. Or you could have where... Here's a good example. You could have, like, amethyst-tipped arrows that you could enchant. Maybe you could enchant the arrows with, like, looting or something. Because they're sparkly. And, in theory, should be, you know, magic. So instead of just having the bow, you could have the arrows specifically have, like, some sort of enchant. Or, you know, just anything, really. Maybe something, like, you could put... Because, well, you can do power and punch and all that. In all honesty, it's not really worth it to do a bow until you get, like, power 5 and punch 2 together. That could be an interesting way to introduce a reason to do not infinity. Beyond the potion arrows, that, again, you basically need villagers if you're not playing on... Even if you're playing on Bedrock, really, but... In general, if you really want to have in, like, massive amounts. So introducing another way to kind of do it without having to make potions could be cool. I don't think they'll do that ever. It's an idea, but I don't think they'll be ever all that interesting. Why don't you have fish? Well, I don't really want fish to be specific, but anything. But no, I definitely feel like they could really... But I mean, beyond that, more than the tools themselves, I think my bigger issue with the copper was just... They did some of the things that could be turned into copper, but they didn't really do, like, all of the items. And beyond that, I do wish they had done a gold, lantern. I think that could have been cool. Because it just instead then shows how lacking gold is in comparison. Which I don't know if they intended to do or not. But you could have that have like redstone, so then the redstone torches has a lantern too, and that's the gold one. Or beyond that, maybe you just have where you make a basic lantern type of gold, copper, or iron, and then you could put the torch in afterward. Then you could have powered off lanterns, and you could have where it could have more variety in theory. But again, that's not where they went. It's just a shame. Because it again just becomes the lesser version of a mod. To be specific as to why I feel that way. Because most of the mods that did the copper lanterns also had where you could switch out what was what. So it just becomes yet again like, I mean, yes, but I mean, after all, you're not burning the lantern. Anyway, it's not that important. I do need to finish, and yeah. Alrighty, I do need to finish myself, so I do hope you have a good day, slash night, slash whatever it is for you. Alrighty, I hope you guys have a wonderful day, slash night, slash whatever it is for you. Thank you for popping in, thank you for sticking around. I'm probably gonna do more Hytale tomorrow, but we'll see. And, yeah. Bye-bye!